go. Now we're live on YouTube as well, I believe. And that should work. And if I'm doing it right, I should get all of the comments from the YouTube stream as well. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. So we do have a result from the other half of the tournament going on over at the garage on Fraser Valley Pool. Mr. Robert Frost has defeated Brad Haydu 6-3. He will take on the winner of Edwin Advincula and Doug Beaver. The next round of matches is at 12:30. So they should be starting fairly quickly. Up next should be Tom Joyce and Clark Smith. Ross only has a few balls left in this run out. Really a pick 'em with the order that he's going to play him in. 15 first, or is that the 11? That's the 11. Or the 13. Funny how the different shading with the light as the ball turns. You can't really make out if that's an actual red or if that's an orange. Looks like it's orange. Just gonna draw into this side rail, check it, and pop it back out. Probably play the two rails this time, back and forth to come back to where the cue ball's sitting right now. If he tries to hold it one rail, he might end up with a crazy cut on the 10 or really steep. He may be able to slow roll this though. I can't really tell how steep that angle is. It's always difficult. Always difficult. Just a little bit above center, come two rails, back out straight for that 8 ball in the corner pocket. Gone a little bit far, but that's okay. Still well within the area of confident potting. So Ross leading 6-5, needs two more. They're running a little bit behind there, but and there you can see they don't have the result in yet for Mike Isaac and Blair Wenzel. But coming up next should be Tom Joyce or Clark Smith or Gord Gervais and Gary Sankey. Those two guys are going to be waiting probably for the winner of this match. And then if we go up to what's happening over at the garage, Edwin Advincula should be playing Doug Beaver. Bob Frost defeated Brad Haydu. And Ian Burns will be facing Neil Ram. And then Jorah Sandu versus Scott Chalmers. Still waiting for that other table to start. Just run a test here. Hold on. That didn't work. And that didn't work. Wonder why. Okay, well, I'll fix that later. Ross, with a bit of an ugly table here. This is not the neatest and tidiest it could be. I just need a break for a minute, folks. I'll be back in 5. Sorry about that. Just had to Go start some lunch, because it's that time of day. Ross to get on the hill. Plays a good game of pool, does Ross. Seven 5. Rob is out of time. He needs some W's. So Edwin has defeated Doug over at the garage. They are advancing with their next 2 matches. Ross and Rob continue to battle. Rob on the short end of it right now. Got a good break, and he's made a ball. So maybe he can get one back. You can play the 6 in the side. The 8 ball makes it a big pocket, and you do want to move the 8 ball from there. It doesn't go in the side from there, I don't believe. It's in one of the most awkward positions on the table to play a ball in. I don't mind moving that at all. I think that's what he's doing now. You know, there is the need for a shot clock in pool. And the only reason I bring that up is because if you watch the US Open, the first part of the US Open didn't have shot clocks. And I understand we need a ref to have a shot clock, at least the way it's set up now. But we need to figure that out, solve that somehow. Nicely done. Hopefully it didn't go too far. It looks like it still goes past the 15. So Rob should be okay here. He's got the 3 ball. Needs to somehow get over there for the 5-7 combination. You might want to take the 5-7 combination right now. I mean, it's not going to get any easier. Or not significantly easier. Working it out, working through it. So much of this game is about trying to figure out your patterns and balance that with your comfort level. And you might know that this is the right way to shoot it, but you have zero confidence in your ability to get that done that way. And maybe, you know, another pattern doesn't make quite as much sense, but you're a lot more confident in it. Maybe that's the way you have to go. You didn't want that 5 ball to come that far off the rail. It's okay, but he would have preferred to be a little closer to the rail so he'd have more room to play position on it. Right now, he's got to play the 3 ball and then come back into realistically this zone to get on the 4 easily. I mean, he can still make that 5 if he's out here, really. But you really want to be in this tighter zone here. That way it's easier to get the cue ball to the 4. From there, you can stop shot on the 2. Oh, and he's clipped the side of the 5. He's going to be playing the 4 next. That's not going to make him happy unless he banks the 5. You are almost dead on that bank. Right, so the bank is there, and if you can hold for position on the 4, you know, I don't mind trying the bank. If you put a little bit of draw on that, like just a little bit, or even stop it right there, it leaves Ross pretty tough on making a ball. I mean, he'll just play safe, but you know, at least you're pretty reasonably assured you're going to get another trip to the table. And with the 4 ball being wide open there, I think you've got another reasonable assumption that you'll get a hit on it. He's gone. Oh, just a hair long. That was a great try. Great try. Just missed that by maybe an eighth of an inch on that, and it goes in. And if you think of how small the margin is at the cue ball to make that, how much did he really miss by? 64th, 1/28th of an inch. Looks like the 10 ball squeezes by the 5. And it does. Now, can Ross play that 15 off the 2 and clear that pocket? Risky. Hit that 2 ball too thick and you're not going to make that 15. He's put the 15 past it. The good part is if that 15 went through there like that, then the 14 is going to go fairly easily. He's just going to have some work to do on the 9 to get back around there. What? Interesting. I will read up on that. You going to try and bump that? Or is he just going to try and hold? He was going to try and hold, but he's come a little far. He's in a bit of a problem now. Needs to put some pace on this. To get that not well, no, you know what? He's just got to be able to hit it nice and clean. If he can roll in, go through the 9, and end up somewhere over here, that'll work. because then he can play that 13. Even better would be up here, because then he can have angle to come down here. 9 ball will probably land somewhere around there, or you know, somewhere in this area, because it's going to go into the rail and back out. But he's got to get enough speed on the cue ball to get the cue ball all the way over to there to make this still work. Tough to do. And now this bridge is really, really light. Oh, and he elected to play it slow. Just anytime you use those bridges, I like to pin them to the table, unless you have to get the cue ball out of the way real quick. Or the cue. It's always tough. Rob's in a pickle now. Trying to get that 2 ball free, while at the same time cleaning up that 4 and the 5, which are in awkward positions. Yeah, I think you take... Well, gosh, that's going to be a trick now, isn't it? I think you have to shoot the 4. You're not going to be able to hold the... You're not going to be able to shoot the 2. Well, I don't know. It's so tough. I think if you try and shoot the 2 just to make the 14, you're not going to get the cue ball out of there, and he's going to have the 9 anyway. And if you cut it so you get the cue ball out of there, the cue ball is going to leave the pocket open for the 9. So I think you shoot the 4 or the 5. Well, the 4, really. You can't even see the 5. What am I thinking? Cut the 4 up to the top right. Bring that cue ball down bottom right of your screen. And try and shoot that 5 ball through the 14. Or just play a safety, tuck in behind it. Yeah, that's probably your best bet. Unless you can make the 4 top right and draw into the 214. That would require one heck of a committed stroke, though. A lot of options here. I think you've got to get that 4 ball off the rail and somehow get your cue ball down behind the 5. Or you could shoot the 5. I think you can see the 5 now. You're not doing anything with the 2. You have such a low percentage to actually get out off of this. I like the 4 because it's easier to play safe on the 9 and the 13 with the 5. Well, if you're playing a leave already, I hope he hasn't given up the 9. The problem now is if he comes back to the table and he has to play safe again, you know, I guess depending on where that 9 ball goes, which if Ross can play that 9 ball up somewhere near this side pocket, like leave the cue ball, play safe, leave your cue ball here. Oh, he's just going to roll it into the rail, try and get him hooked on those. There you go. He is hooked that way and that way. So the 5 and the 4 are off limits. Now you got to open the 2 up, which you're not going to do. I mean, with a little bit of siding, you can come back in here. You're giving up a shot of the 9, but at least you're not giving up the 13. You shoot that 2 ball right now. I think Rob is in a real pickle in this game. He's in trouble here, and he knows it. It's going to be tough from here in. A little bit of left-hand siding, just a little bit, like a quarter tip of left. You're basically coming down here. So you just need a little bit of pace to keep coming, or you need a little bit of left to hit it on the way in. If you can plan it and hit it coming this way, I don't mind that. Then get your cue ball up here, but you gotta have so much speed on this cue ball. Going for the jump cue. There is always that option, or almost always that option, isn't there? Right back. Wow, now I wish I hadn't gone to check on my lunch. That is horribly unlucky for Ross. Wow. Can he even see the 13? He must. He's shooting at the 13, or is he shooting at the 9? It's tough to tell from here. Shooting at the 13. Just doesn't want to sell out an easy shot on those low balls there. And he hasn't. But he hasn't made life wonderful for himself either with that 9 ball next to the 8. It is closer to the 13 though. And in general, when your balls are closer together, you usually have an easier time transitioning between them. Rob trying to figure out his plan. He's got nowhere good to go right now. You can try potting the 4, but you've got to make the pot. That 13 ball is makeable from pretty much anywhere on the table. And anywhere on the table, it actually gives good position to the 9. It looks like Rob's going to try and bank the 2. Can you squeeze it between there? Get lucky and block the pocket if you don't make it? I think you're looking at a double kiss with that. I'm not sure what his attempt is, though. He's going for the 4. Gonna try and bring that cue ball around a couple rails. That could be worse. Shot that real quick, though. In comparison to the build-up to the shot, it seems like those are really quick shots. Rolling into the 9. Oh, and he's missed it. I think the 8 ball does go past the 9, so great opportunity for Rob to get one back here. They're really lagging on time here. They're supposed to start the last round over half an hour ago, or almost 37 minutes ago. So they gotta pick up the speed, or we're gonna have a really long day. Like I said, the next round was supposed to start at 12:30. And then the next match at 2. Next round at 3:30. And then 5 p.m. they were going to stop for the day. And then they redraw for tomorrow. Not redraw, but then they combine tomorrow. And the rest of it will probably be played at the garage tomorrow. So that'll be on Fraser Valley Pool. You don't have to do much here. Straight top. Maybe a little bit of right. And you'll be perfect on the 8. There you go. Little bounce, little bounce. Bigger bounce. Believe it or not, you have to be aware of the scratch here. If you're not thinking about it, it can sneak up on you and get you. He was aware of that. Now, Ross. Wow. On the hill, you need these 3 balls, and that 8 ball's blocking your 9. Somehow, and you're jacked up on the rail, so the only place you can go is forward. So somehow, can he cut this in the side and jam that cue ball around 3 rails? Either into this tiny little area here or this area here. I think he's going to go for it. Well, hey, that's not so bad. You still got the bank. And that's not that difficult of a bank. It's obviously harder than shooting it straight in, but yeah, I like his chances to finish this off. Oh, wow. He did something funky with... Oh, no. Oh, no. What happened there? How does Rob get at the 8-ball now? The 9-ball's completely blocking it. He's got no shot. I'd tap the cue ball. Give him ball in hand. Here you go. Have fun. You touch it. I don't want to touch it. Literally, ball in hand. Give him ball in hand. There's no 3-foul rule in 8-ball. They can Rob can stalemate this game if he just continues to give him ball in hand. Because I don't believe that Ross can actually get that 9-ball out of there without giving up a shot on the 8-ball. Don't even try it. There you go. There you go. Yep. So ball in hand. Now Ross has to deal with it. I mean, there's no way to get a cue ball in there. So Ross will get ball in hand and he'll try and chip that cue ball out. And even if he hooks him, he's most likely going to leave an actual kick shot, like something where the cue ball will fit through that space. See, he can't shoot it that way. He's got to put the cue ball like in here, thin it, and leave the cue ball there. And even that's still going to leave a kick. Oh. Maybe not this time, but next time he'll have a kick. Like, I'd foul again. I would foul again. No two ways about it. Well, he's fouled, but that was a huge risk. Huge risk. I don't, it's worked out, but I don't think I would have played it. I mean, Ross gets ball in hand, and he has to somehow knock that 9-ball off the rail a little bit and get that cue ball distance. So if you can place the cue ball there, knock the 9-ball out that way and get the cue ball out here, but you don't want the 9-ball to go more than like that, right? Like a ball width away. Yeah, I'd give him ball in hand again. Here you go. Have fun. You keep bouncing it out. I'll keep giving you ball in hand. You do what you want, but I know the pressure is on Ross to get the 9-ball free where he can bank it or play it. Rob has no pressure here. Like, I wouldn't even attempt this hit. And he just lost. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane. I want to watch this. This is so close. I know it's a little out of focus, guys. There's no autofocus on these cameras. It's just digital zoom. I have another one that does have optical zoom, but I don't have it installed over at the slow roller room. I'm planning on bringing that with me to Nanaimo when we do the Vancouver Island CCS Championships, Raid Championships. So that was a good shot. I don't think we're going to get a look at this one on the screen. Rob's going to stand up in front of it. Yeah, not going to get there even. Nope, I don't mind that at all. Ross is in a pickle. The pressure is all on Ross because now, if you look at it, he's having a hard time getting past the horn. Right, so he's got to try and bounce this 9 ball out that way. But there's no room for the cue ball here anymore. And the more he touches this 9 ball, the more it's going to... Is he going to try and just nudge the 8 ball out of the way so that the 9 will have room to go by? Well, the more he gives up room like that, the more Rob's going to have an opportunity to actually kick at this ball. But it's so easy. There's so many ways you can foul on this shot. Just let Ross make the mistake. A little bit of a chess match here. I still say just foul. There's no 3 foul rule in 8 ball. Just give him ball in hand. Yep, no problem. No problem. See, now Ross, I think if Ross puts this closer to that rail, he can pop the 9 ball out. But I think he's just trying to nudge the 8 over. Oh, 9 ball moved. It didn't move much, but it moved. So again, Rob kicking at it. Again, give up ball in hand. This is your tournament. Well, it's A side action on the line here. So that's it. He's fouled, and somehow it doesn't go in. Can he just move the 8 ball over? Oh, he still hit the 9. These guys, realistically, this should be called a stalemate game, and you let it go, because neither one of these guys is going to be able to get this out. Oh, is Rob going off the horn? That's not a bad idea for Rob. Into the horn, clip this, clip it out, right? But you don't want it to get too far away. That's a good hit. Oh, what a battle. Love that game. Yeah, that was a great little battle. Love that. Still nobody playing on table 2. They got to get that rolling soon. Seven, 6. Rob needs this game and they're hill. That was good patience from Rob. All right, Ross breaking rack number 14. He's got a ball down. The table's wide open. Low ball looking pretty good here. You can take that 3 ball out right now, come around for the 6-7, maybe get a shot of the 5 to take the 5 out before the 4. You don't really want to play the combination on that because that 4 ball could get tied up somehow with the 10. 1 ball is an option right now as well. That'll let you get at that 5 and get that out of there. You could also push that 13 to the rail. Never hurts to disturb your opponent's balls and make them a little tougher. As long as you can do it safely. Sorry, the way that last rack ended, I realized I'd gotten distracted and forgot my lunch. Sitting on the stove. That's not good. But it's okay, it's still edible. Ross, after battling hard in that last rack, has broke and is on the verge of running out his hill game to put him through to the next round where he will face Mr. Mike Isaac. Back and forth. And he's got the speed and the line perfect. Just past the 13, but still short enough from the side pocket. So despite battling really, really hard in that last rack, Rob Hoiberg will go to the B side where he'll face Blair Wenzel. Thanks very much, folks. We will switch off to the outside view here. There we go. And await the decision of the next match. What do you think of that 8 and 9 ball mess in the corner in that last rack? That was pretty cool. I like watching people figure things out and make very tactical decisions. It's probably why I'm starting to like one pocket more and more. And there you go, the bracket just being filled in. You can see what's happening on at the garage. No change. Those first 2 matches are done. And now we're looking at Tom Joyce versus Clark Smith, Gord Gervais versus Gary Sankey. Hopefully we can get these up and running real quick. I don't know why they haven't started the other match. Trying not to get too far ahead in any round, I guess. I don't know. And if you haven't heard, David Alcady is Europe's 5th player. That makes it Josh Filler, Albin O'Shan, Jason Shaw, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and David Alcady. Gonna be a good team. And then for the U.S., of course, we have Shane Van Boning, Oscar Dominguez, Tyler Steyer, Sky Woodward. We haven't heard who player number 5 will be, but I bet you it's one of these 4. JJ won't be playing. He's the coach in the bottom there, but I think it's up between Billy, Shane Wolford, Greg Hogue, and Earl Strickland. I wouldn't be too surprised if it's Earl Strickland, but I'm really pulling for Greg Hogue, so hopefully that comes through. So they should be starting up pretty soon. You know what we'll do? We will do this. We'll show you what's going on over the Fraser Valley pool. Right now, Jorah leading Scott Chalmers 4-1. Jorah going to 7, Scott going to 5. And Ian is tied with Neil. Both are going to 6. Just waiting for them to kick that off again. hoping they're starting soon. If they don't start soon, we'll shut down the stream until they do. Yeah, I guess they're starting right away, but I don't see anybody on the tables yet. So we'll hold tight and see how they do. In the meantime, I will take this opportunity, see if I can figure out one of the settings I was fighting with. Should be up real quick though, folks. Oh. Some reason the stream stopped after their matches, so I have missed quite a lot of oh, that's frustrating. Okay, so they had already started. As you can see, Clark is leading 6-4 in a race to 8. No idea what the spot was. I'm going to say it was probably 4. But hey, we're back up and running. That's the most important thing, right? So here we go. Sorry, testing that. So there is a setting on these streams that the stream will stop after the match is over, and that's standard for this system so that you don't get the same stream going and going and going and going. After the match is over, you start a new match, you start a new stream. That being said, we don't want it to behave that way right now. We want it to continually stream no matter whether one match is finished or not. So that's what happened there, is because the stream stopped with the system after each match. And when you're not doing tournaments, that works fine. When you're not doing tournaments, that's what you want, because you don't want 2 guys to play a match and then 2 other guys to get up and start a match. You want it to reset, play another match with maybe 2 different players, whatever it is. But the stream has to reset, not just the tablet that runs the score. And it's just a button that needs to get clicked. Justin's on it. Won't happen again. I should have clued in the moment it didn't start, because of course they're not going to wait 45 minutes to start. They're going to be under the gun to go. Yep, and it should be fixed now. Clark, not much going here. He's just going to bump that high ball and play safe, but he's underhit it. It's a little tough trying to gauge the distance when you're that far away with the rake. This match on the top left is going to be a pretty good match too. Gary Sankey and Gord Gervais, both pretty good players. Gary's got to do something with the 4 here, unless it passes the 15. Tom cutting the 1 ball in, coming out a couple rails for the 3. Oh, didn't get by it. He's going to end up all right, though, as that 3 is almost straight on into the side. That'll give him enough angle, though. I think it has enough angle, though, that he can come into the rail, back out for the 5 or the 6. Just has to put a little bit of speed on it. Not a lot there. Little disappointed with the run on that. Gary's got a bit of work to do to make this 8. Back cut, length of the table. Still expect him to make it, though. Oh, that's going to hit the rail first. I guess I cursed him. Sorry about that, Gary. 6 of one, half a dozen others to how to run these 4 balls out. Oh no. He must have had an inkling about that. He wasn't comfortable with that because he's played shape to make it tough for Gary. Gary's going to do well to make this bank if he can avoid the double kiss. And I have an echo again. Gary going to break in rack number 2. Lost a great opportunity to win that first rack. But he'll come back. He'll get a couple more. Clark looks like he's going to try and cut the 11 back into that corner. Doesn't really have much of an option. It's really kind of all or nothing here. If he had a way to get back into this area without moving this ball, I don't think that would be too. Maybe he can see enough of it to clip it and come back, but I'm not sure. Oh, and he's cut it in, but left it out there. Hey, Mr. Isaac, how you doing, sir? Nice win against Blair there, sir. Good shooting. Tom looks like he's gonna take the first rack here. Or take his fifth rack, sorry. Not bad for a blind guy. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, well, you gave Blair a couple of extra chances there on racks that I thought you were going to get out on, and he ended up giving it back to you. But a little bit of give and take. Still shot well. Gord Gervais at the table. He's got options to work with. He can cut this 10 in and end up on the 11. I think that might be too far. He might have room, but look at how close that's going to be to the 6. Not sure. Definitely has the 12. Yeah, they certainly did, didn't they? Late game scratches too, right? Those are the ones that cost you the most. All the way down to the 6? Or is he just gonna... I think he's got to play this down there for the 11. Maybe he can hold it and take the 15 or the 13 down for the 11. But, anywhere in here is fine. I get it in this situation, you don't want to pin the bridge down because you want to make sure you get the cue ball out of the way. There's great position to the 11. Should be able to reach that without the rake. He's going to have a problem on the 8 ball though. And it's not insurmountable. You're just going to want to come down there. So it all depends on which ball he gets on here. Looks like he's going to be perfect on that 15. I'll probably go into the rail again and back out. Or hold it short. That might work better. End up on this side of the 13 and then he can play it in that way. Don't end up straight. He's pretty straight. I think he's got the right line there. It's just he's got to pound it. And he got there. He had more angle than I thought, I guess. He didn't have to hit that as hard as I thought. And that'll be rack number 3. Gord Gervais taking a 2-1 lead. Meanwhile, on the south table, Clark picking his way through the rack. Needs to make sure he gets out there for the 2 or the 3. I don't mind taking the 2 right now. Take the 2, try and run up on the 7. If you come a little short, you'll have the 3. You could leave the 2 as a shape ball for the 8 too. It's just, I think there are easier ones. Arc a little long, but actually if he rolls this in with just a bit more pace than that shot had, he should end up pretty nice for the 7 in this corner. Should be able to get the cue ball somewhere over here. Oh, that's going to be steeper than I thought. Okay. Change of plans. Now, do you check it into the rail? Or do you loop it through? Yeah, I think you have to try and... Yeah, you see, it looks like he's loading up a little bit of right-hand side, and he wants to cut the 2 in, hit the rail, and check it right back up. Just like that, he's going to end up perfect on the 7. Oh, he needed a little bit more gas. Workable, though. Workable, though. Coming into there, right? Draw into here. And then over. I think this is your target zone. Try and aim for the 10. Unless you just want to pot the 7, bring the cue ball right back here, and take that 8 past the 14 or the 15, but that's... It looks really tight. Mostly bottom, just a hair left. Even towards the 12 is fine, but you've got to avoid this side pocket. Oh, not enough draw. Not enough draw, but he's still got a shot in the 8. Meanwhile, on the north table, Gary looking around, trying to figure out the table. Clark to maintain a 2-game lead and get on the hill. To get back to a 2-game lead and get on the hill. He's put it into the 15, but Tom's going to have some work to do to run that out. Be back in a moment. And we're back. I think Tom tried to play that 10 off the 8. He's got another opportunity to do it with the 12. Nah, he's just going to play safe. Not a bad idea. Gary's going to play the 5-3. Clark's going to try and nudge this 8 to the end rail and try and get the cue ball to come back up in beside the 15 there. I don't think you can go at it right at the 8. You got to go off the rail. If you go at it right on the 8, you're going to be rolling it so slow. That's the shot. You couldn't have done much better with that from there, Clark. Meanwhile, Gary working his way around the table. Oh, Tom's in trouble here. That 8-ball sitting over that corner pocket is going to provide some stress. But again, I'm always amazed at how the creativity of some players. Yeah, he's giving him the edge of the 8-ball. But he can't actually make it from there. He's got to kick it. Or play the rail first, but you're aiming at a really small spot to try and thin that 8-ball in. Meanwhile, Gary to tie it up. Nails it. And Tom got the ball in hand. He's got a little bit of a tricky shot in the 13 here. He's going to roll it forward. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose the 12. He's all right. So tied up on the top table 2-2. Tied up at the bottom table 6-6. Clark getting 4 games on the wire, I believe. I'd have to double check that. We are running R6 hot in 8-ball. Coming to you from the garage, the slow roller room, actually. Sorry, I was reading it off the tournament sheet there. The garage has the first half of the draw. The slow roller room has the second half. Tournament sponsors, as always, Andy Kloss over at High Point Construction and Mike Silvius over at Timey Roofing. Thank you, fellas. And Rad Productions for the posters. That'd be Mr. Brad Haydu of Fraser Valley Pool. Along with, it looks like Clark Smith Hughes and the West Coast Barrel Company, TTV Booyah, and us, me, over here at Kickin' Billiards. So, glad we could all come together and bring this to you. I'll admit I didn't do much except get up this morning and try and start streaming. So, thank you to these guys for putting in all the hard work so that I have some entertainment to do on a Saturday. Looks like he's cutting the 13 ball in, trying to get the cue ball through and around. That'll work. That gets you started. Clark, can't tell if he's trying to cut that 5 in or he's going to play a safe. I think he's going to cut it in. Little too thick. But he got in where he needed to get the 6 of the 7 out of there. Could have been able to do some damage had that one gone down. Gary working his way through there. He's getting some stuff done there. He's really tight on this 9 ball. As you can see, he's right up on that 9. Tom cutting in the 4. It looks like Gary is going to shoot the 9. So we're not going to be able to see this. He's going at it with his jump cue, so he's not really trying to jump the cue. He just wants that light, fast cue action to get the cue out of the way. We're not going to get a good view of it unless he can do it from the side. That's interesting. This is the first time I've ever seen somebody stand in front of their shot. That's kind of cool, though. I got to admit. Never thought that situation would come up where you'd want to shoot over your own ball. He's got to contend with the light. The light is a bit low for this type of shot. So we're not going to get to see exactly how this turns out right off the bat. But we did see that Tom Joyce has taken his game down to the bottom. He'll lead 7-6. And Gary with the foul as the 9 ball doesn't drop. Therefore, no rail was hit. Gord Gervais will pick up ball in hand. And he'll get rid of that 6 right now. Coming over for the 4. Or is he going to come out for the 7? Out for the 7. Makes sense. Here he can work that left side of the table. He could use the 4 to play shape on the 5. And then the 5 to the 8. So if he can roll this 7 in the corner, play the 3 in the side, just Just a little bit of movement forward, not much. You don't want to roll it. You got to kind of stun it forward. Okay, I think he was hoping to play that 3 in the side, but it's going to go to the corner anyway. Should be fine to get his cue ball just into here. Maybe that's a bit of a big target area, but when he's missed the 3. Well, Gary's not going to be upset about this. That combination is there all day long, and if he can leave the 11 ball in the pocket, he'll just have to plant the 14 on it as well. You just want to roll this in because you don't want the 11 ball to get, you either want it out of the pocket so that you can shoot the 14 past it, or you want to leave it in the pocket so you can combo the 14. So all depends on what you're more comfortable with. And he's going to play it so it gets out of the way. He's a little straight on this 14, but he should have enough angle that he can come right back out up near that 3rd diamond here. Into here somewhere. Oh, wow. Just didn't compensate quite enough. That's going to bring Gord Gervais up. We'll get back to both tables. Sorry, folks. I was so zoned in on what that shot was going to look like that I forgot we had a second table. For those of you who don't know, we have another event coming up. I will be streaming. The Vancouver Island CCS Raid Championships. Raid, if you don't know, is a cue line made by Falcon Cues here in Canada. Gord Gervais taking down rack number 5. November 16th to the 20th, coming to you from the Vancouver Island Conference Center, the Vancouver Island Championships in Nanaimo, BC. Should be close to $38,000 in the field. They based that off of last year. Over 3,000 added cash and entries. There's Scotch doubles, singles, and teams events in 8-ball and 9-ball. Like I said, kicking billiards will be there from the 16th to the 20th. I think we have some guest commentators. Mr. Rob Hoiberg will be there, and I believe Mr. Gord Kerr will be coming by. It's been a while since we talked or mentioned it, but he did express interest. So it should be a lot of fun. After that, a week after we get back, on the 28th of November, there's a group of about 16 of us that are going down to the Moscone Cup in Las Vegas. Hopefully, it's not a blowout, and we get 5 days of amazing pool with a fantastic final. Should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to that. It's an item that's been on my bucket list for a while. And hopefully I have my next project up and running by then. I know, another one. How crazy. Clark needs to keep control of this cue ball so he can shoot the 10. That's the second time he's not hit enough draw on that shot. Now, I'm assuming he was going to try and shoot it in the same pocket. But maybe he was trying to get to that side and play it down past the 5. Either way works. I think with the angle he's got now. Oh, Rob. I'll be honest with you, I'm pulling for Greg Hogue. I know that that's not the most sensible pick, but I'm just a huge fan of the underdog. Do I think that he'll get picked? No, I don't. I think it'll be Earl Strickland. Chris Reinhold, nice guy, good pool player, hasn't done enough this year. Billy Thorpe, again, good pool player, but seemed very rusty at the U.S. Open. And regardless of what he brings to you as a teammate and a team player, I don't think it's going to overbalance the rust. Who knows? He could be one of those guys that pops in there and shines. Earl, I think Earl's a fan favorite. It's a good business decision, but only if he plays well and doesn't lose it. If he can hold it together and play well and play for the team, then I think that Earl will be good. Yeah, I agree. An outside pick, and I wouldn't be upset if they picked him, would be Shane Wolford. That's another guy that's put the time in, put the effort in, and worked pretty hard. So I wouldn't mind hearing that. Yeah, there's a link up there about an hour ago. I put it in the thing. It's a Facebook link to the Pool Player Podcast. They did a pretty good interview with Greg Hogue. He's got quite the story. Oh, and Tom with a fantastic cut on the 5, just about drains it, but somehow scratches in that top left corner. That's going to bring Clark back to the table with an opportunity. I think, yeah, because SVB and Shane Wolford are they have a friendship going there, don't they? Or just to have another Shane be the scapegoat? Is that could be why he's hoping for him? Hey, yeah. I'm just kidding. Poor Shane gets a rough ride, but he's facing all the best players in all the pressure pack situations. And he's had a real rough go of it in Moscone. It's not been a good record for him. Of course, I don't know anybody who'd be in the Moscone the last 15 years against Europe and have a good record. Yeah, they are friends. Yeah, I thought I read or heard something about that. I agree. I agree. I love the fact that he's working hard to turn his life around. He's 38 months sober now, I think he said, and you know making it work. Always good to see somebody turn it around, right? Oh, Clark fouling on the 8 ball, trying to get at the 11. That opened it up for Tom. I know he doesn't want to reach over the 8 ball and shoot that 3 into the corner pocket, and he doesn't have to. He can play it from the other direction. Don't shoot too quick, and he should be good. That's it. That's all they wrote. Clark Smith is defeated by Tom Joyce 8-6. And that being said, Tom will face the winner of that match on the top end of our screen between Gord Gervais and Gary Sankey. I believe up next will be Ross Bradson and Mike Isaac. As we wait for Gord and Gary to finish off their set, they're only just about halfway through. Gord wants that to slow up a little bit. It's gone a little too far. Well, the cut to the corner is still there. It's just not as easy as you'd like. Yeah, so USA picks, I think it'd be Earl, Billy, Shane, and Greg. I really don't think, as much as I'd love to see him make it on the team, I really don't think Greg has a chance. I don't think that Jeremy would have any confidence in him, despite the fact that I'm sure Jeremy sympathizes with the effort that he's put in and how close he almost got. If he won one more match at the U.S. Open, he's in on points. Like, they can't not have him play. That would be seen as a pretty big betrayal and pretty hypocritical if that had happened, and then, you know, Greg makes it in on points and they don't let him play. Matchroom would lose a lot of credibility there. But he didn't make it in on points, so now he's just hoping he's done enough to get Jeremy Jones' attention and consideration. But again, I don't think he's going to make it in. In the meantime, though, it's not going to be upsetting to see Earl play, because I really think that's who's going to make it into the Mosconi Cup for the Americans. Gary Sankey breaking in rack number 7, down 4-2. He's made a ball. He's got shape of a kind. I was pretty happy to see Oscar get in. I've been a fan of Oscar's for a while. I know he got into a little bit of hot water there a few years ago with nothing major, just inappropriate comment. And he didn't mean anything by it. It's just not something you should ever say it. I'm not going to repeat it. You'd have to go look it up. But he's got back into the Mosconi Cup on merits, and I bet you he will be cognizant of the fact that mics are live while you're playing. So, great guy, works hard. So Ross and Mike are going to be playing, and Ross is going to 7. Mike is going to 5. Really? I wouldn't have thought there was... It must be just by a point that it's into that 5th game. Let me... I'm going to pull up and see how close that is. Just give me a second. I want to see how close it is for Ross and Mike to actually be at match charts. Yeah, it's 1 point. I knew that was close. I just punched it in, and because it's 624 to 676, Mike goes to 5 and Ross goes to 6. But if you punch in 625 to 676, it's 5 and 6. Yeah, one single point. Oh, that's not good. Wonder why that's messing up like that. You know, Brent, um, handicaps are good for the pool industry, but bad for high level pool. So the companies like Predator, you know, the BCA, all the cube manufacturers, the more people that are playing pool, the better, right? Because they're spending money on pool. But as far as handicaps for pool players, I don't think handicaps are good for pool players. They're good for leagues. They're good for the industry. They're once you get above 600, handicaps are I don't know. I'd rather take my lumps playing even. You know what I mean? I've got some wins over some players that are much, much, much higher than me. And yeah, I feel good about them, but they were handicapped, so I don't feel that good about them. You know what I mean? But they are definitely good for the pool industry in general. Gord Gervais leading 4-3. Mike Isaac with 2 games on the wire. It's a race to 7. Wait, what? Yes, that's right. We were just talking about that. Anyway, so that was my opinion on handicaps. I also like the fact that Tyler Steyer's back on the Moscone Cup. Um, you know, I understand that some people look at some of these top level pool players and think that these guys are arrogant or cocky or whatever, but to have that much to play at that level, you have to, I believe, you have to have a certain amount of belief in yourself. And that can certainly come across as cocky, but I think it can also be a lot of confidence that's mistaken as cocky. Ross is going to have to play exceptionally well. Mike, in reality, probably doesn't need any games, but of course, if the rules give you 2, you'll take 2. I'll take 2. Again, I'll take the 2 games, but the win won't mean as much if I don't get it at even. Oh, Brent, it's not just in pool. But we won't go there. We'll stick this. We'll keep this show on the track of pool conversations. Pool topics like the Moscone Cup and the International Open. The International Open is on its way. Is it started already? Let me look that up here. What do we got for the International Open? Yeah, so the one pocket section's almost done. Or it's halfway done. It'll be done on Sunday. 10 ball starts Monday to Wednesday, and 9 ball is from Monday to Saturday. So it's all next week, folks. The International Open. The 10 ball open in Edmonton? Brady who? I'm just kidding. You don't play pool on the west coast of Canada and not know Brady. I honestly don't know, Rob. I think it's going to be tomorrow. I know they said they wanted to space these out to give each player their day in the sun sort of thing. So they didn't want to just blurt out all 4 names and then have everybody trying to talk to all of them all at once. They wanted one game at a time, one name at a time, so they can focus on it and really pump the publicity. Uh-oh. I'm just going to reset camera 2. Seems to be blipping. There we go. A little bit more for Ross to get back onto that 15. He's going to fall a little short. It's still cuttable. And Gary just rattling and hanging the 5 ball. That could be disastrous as everything else for Gord Gervais goes. Leading 4-3. This will put him on the hill if he can get through it. Ross cutting that 15 in the side. Now just has to avoid the side with the cue ball. Anything below center avoids it completely. Now I know that was going to be close. I thought it was going to be closer, and of course he has the better vantage point. But I'll almost always play that one with bottom just to completely avoid that side pocket. Yeah, I mean, for the U.S. side, I think we all knew Shane and Sky were going to be in. How do you not pick them? They earned their spot through points. And then Oscar earning his slot through points was fantastic. Can't deny him. He's got to play. And then Tyler Steyer getting picked. I know he hasn't had a great year, but, you know, anytime you get married and all that stuff's going on, you're going to have to adjust your lifestyle. Even if it was to another pool player. Congratulations, Tyler Steyer and Margaret Fefalova. Fefalova Steyer now. But that's gonna adjust your attention, right? There it is. Mr. Gervais now leads 5-3. He's on the hill. And on that bottom table, Ross takes the first rack. And he trails by 1. Mike got 2 on the wire. So it will be very interesting to see who the 5th pick is. Pretty sure it's going to be Earl, and we'll probably find out tomorrow. Just my guess. Mike breaking second ball. Watch out, cue ball. Oh, You know, if that 9-5 weren't there, that was headed right at that side pocket. As it turns out, Mike's made a ball. It's not the best table in the world. There's some clusters around that racking area. Meanwhile, up on the top table, Gary Sankey breaking, wants to break and run this out to stay alive. Six balls down, 15 balls down. Pretty nice spread on the table. Low ball's looking good. High ball isn't looking bad, but I think low ball's got the edge. As Gary carefully takes that template off. Can be kind of tricky when you got two balls in the rack. I think Gary's going to be taking low ball. And I'd be starting with the 1. Well, you know, I mean, the way he's looking at it right now, I don't mind his position, his choice. He's looking at the 11 ball right now. Taking the toughest high ball off the table. Can play this with straight top, come up between the 3 and the 7, and have the 9. You leave the 12 there for position on the 8. So from the 9, you're coming up to the 14. You want to get fairly straight on this 14. That's going to be perfect. Oh, I thought it was going to roll a little bit more. This will still work. I'd rather stun it across and take the 13 next, but with his angle, he thinks he can get there just by rolling forward, and he can. So I would draw this back half a ball, yep, just to get the angle you want. And now he's going to draw this 2 rails. As you see, that second contact point is going to be on that rail, and try and come straight on the 12. He wants to be straight on the 12 or slightly to the left side of the pocket line. I think he's a little bit to the right. Not the worst situation in the world. Because he should be able to go right through there and still get on the 8. Maybe even bump the 8 and leave the 8 into that top corner. That'll work. Rob Bergman will play Matchroom pool events. I don't know what is going on with him too much, but Mike Deshane will never play another team event with any U.S. player. He's done and said some things in the past. Yeah, he won't play a Matchroom event. I don't think they'd ever let him. He's not got the nicest reputation. He is the Darren Appleton's altercation with him was actually Darren's first warning from the WPA, and that's why he got suspended for his outburst against the for his little outburst against the official there a while ago. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, anyway, you can look that stuff up. But yeah, Mike Deshane, not necessarily a great teammate in the pool world. Despite having a fantastic Fargo, and I don't know the man himself. Obviously, I live on the other side of the country here. But from everything I've read, the odds of him playing on a team event like the Mosconi are less than nil. Yeah, not so much. Gord, stepping to the table. Does not want to give Gary another opportunity. Because as we saw from the last rack, he can take advantage of them. There are other guys down in the States I'd love to see play some 9-ball, like Tony Chohan, Josh Roberts. Chip Compton is apparently fairly adept at a cue sport, from what I hear. Yeah, there's several. My prediction for the Mosconi Cup. Oh, man, that's. Oh man, they're racing to 11, right? I want the US to win. I'm gonna be admittedly biased, but I'll be surprised if it goes past 11-5. I just think Europe's too strong. I want it to be 11-10, and we're still watching pool on day 5, right? I don't want to, go there for 5, 6, 7 days, whatever it is, and watch pool for 3. I mean, I'll just go play pool for the rest of the time, but I'm going down there to watch these guys play, so I'll say 11-5, yeah. So if you haven't been following the International Open, more than half of the world's top 100 players are playing in it, including the Coe brothers. Noticeably absent, though, is Shane Van Boening. Not playing. He's going fishing, he said. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Take a little mental break before the Mosconi Cup. Especially after that absolute trashing he got at the hands of Jason Shaw. And I'm an SBB fan, but that was a thrashing. Thrashing, not trashing, thrashing. It was absolutely a beating. Nice reverse bank there. With shape on the 12. Mike hitting some shots. Oh, and I think at that time of year it's going to be ice fishing, isn't it? Sitting on in a cardboard box on a frozen lake, hoping you find a fish. I like fishing, but I'm not sure I like it that much. Mr. Mike Isaac to take a 3-1 lead. Gary Sankey at the table trying to stay alive in this set. Everything's open. It's just getting started. I'm pretty sure that 14 goes by the 6. That's why I said everything's open. Getting to the 10 ball might be a trick. I think you have to take the 9 now. You can see him loading up at the right-hand spin. He's going to try and come back out to the center of the table. Doesn't want to be over top the 7. He's going to be shooting the 12. There's no advantage to shooting the 14 here. You can't do anything with the cue ball. Like, forget it. Stop looking at it. It's not going to happen. He's going to shoot the 12. That was a nice out. That was a nice out. Welcome to the stream, Jeff. Thanks for stopping by. Dry break from Ross. Great opportunity for Mike to get in here and take another rack. I think it's dry, isn't it? Yep, that's 15 still on the table, plus the cue ball 16. And I think Gary was right there taking the 12. The 14 ball, even if you made it, doesn't improve your life any. The 12 ball, if you hang it in the corner pocket, causes your opponent all sorts of problems. And maybe you get back onto the 14. You can make something happen. I'm good, sir. I get to sit here and talk about pool all day, and nobody's here to tell me to shut up. Please don't tell me to shut up. I forgot. Everybody in chat can type and tell me to shut up. So. Oops. I'm just wondering how Gord's going to get down there for the 4. I think he's going to play this 3 and run the cue ball into the 12. Try and make the 12 with this 3. He's knocked the 4 free. If that gets off the rail, he'll have a shot at the 6. Should be able to come over for the 1 off this. 6 in the corner. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Coming around. Nope, he's going to play the 1 onto the 12. Ooh, that didn't work out the way he planned it. Hey, no problem. No problem, Jeff. I can think of worse ways to spend a Saturday. Gary didn't quite get as far as he would have liked to on the 10, but he can still come around the world on this. Or just roll it in and take your leave. Your cue ball will be up here somewhere, but whatever, it'll work. If you put a little bit more on it, you might be able to come out and around. Rough and dirty drawings. I'm not doing the math on it, just eyeballing it. That's going to come around too far. If it goes into the 6, he's all right. He can play it up table. That'll work. That's probably where he was. I mean, with the speed he shot it at, there was no way he was trying to hold it for that pocket. He was coming around there all day long. Just a little bit of draw. Just below center, go into the side rail, come back a bit. And there you go. Gary should be able to make this 8 and get on the hill. We got a hill match on the top of your screen, folks. So there we go. Gary Sankey, Gord Gervais, Hill. The winner will take on Tom Joyce in the very next match. Or is the very next match Rob Hoiberg and Blair Wenzel? They are behind. That is the match that was scheduled for 2 o'clock. They can pick up about a half an hour here if they can get this done. I'm the last one who's going to criticize somebody for getting the timing wrong on a tournament venue. And the speed? No, sir. Not after that Scotch Triples tournament. Whoops. All right, Gary, on the hill. One ball's down. He's got to look at the 6 or the 2 or the 11. I think with the position of the 15 there, he's definitely taking low ball. Probably the 6 going to roll up and smack that 4 ball right away. He's made 2 low ball off the break. So there's a lot less work to do. And he doesn't have to do much to get on that 4. Just needs to be a little cognizant of how he's going to get out of there. And that should work. He should be able to follow this straight through, come 2 rails out for the 2. If he gets perfect on the 5-7 combination, he could take that, but I don't know if I'd try it. I think I'd just try and come out to here and play the 5 down table. But if you land perfect, you land perfect. The reason I like taking the 5 first is if you're here and you can shoot that 5 down table, you've still got the 2 as an escape ball and then an easy 7. And on the 7 ball, all you have to be is on this side of it, and you're going to be on the 8. The danger of this is if he hits it and cuts it at all, the 7 ball's going to the rail, and then he's going to be trapped by the 12. But he hit it perfect. Nicely done. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, has Mike come too far for the 4? Does he have to break out the bridge and do a little bit of a hopping jump shot? We'll know in a moment. Oh, no. Gary, get locked up behind the 10. He's got to bring out the jump cue now. And he's on the wrong side of the pocket line. This is going to be a tough completion. He's got to hop the cue ball up over the 10, land it, get it to settle down and die just before it hits the 7 so it doesn't go anywhere, and knock the 7 into that side pocket. Very tough to control. You see how high he's got to get? That's because the 10 ball's so close. Your angle going up has to be very quick compared to your angle going down. And he didn't hold it for the 8 ball in the bottom left corner pocket. He tried to draw it back and play it into the top right left pocket. And he's done a fantastic job. And another jump shot down in the bottom of the table where Mike Isaac has hopped over the 13, made the 4, and kept the cue ball in a position where he could make the 8. And there it is. Gary Sankey has knocked off Gord Gervais. Gord will head to the B side. And Gary Sankey will advance to play Tom Joyce. In the meantime, we'll focus on table number 2 for the foreseeable future. As Mike holds the jump cue in his hand, he's got to go over the edge of the 9. And he nails it. Wow, nice job, Mike. As Mike holds the jump cue in his hand, he's got to go over the edge of the... As the cue ball hops over the 9, lands perfect, drills the 8, and stays on the table. Yeah, guys making it down to the International Open. That are not going to be there. Dennis Orcolo, of course, we all knew about that. Shane Van Boning. Niels Fyan not making it down. Wojciech Szeswick from Poland not making it in. James Aranis, of course, he's still having visa issues. Mark Gray from Great Britain. Mike Deschênes not playing. Jeffrey Ignacio. Ruslan Chinikov. Oliver Zolnocki, Yuling Chang, Gerson Martinez from Peru, and then Justin Bergman also not playing. These are some names I haven't heard in a while, like Nick Vandenberg. Strong Dutch player, doesn't leave the Netherlands or Europe much anymore, I guess. Mateus Zanocki, Marco Titcher. Chris Melling's not playing. I would have expected him to be there. Warren Kiamko not playing. These are some guys that play in a lot of tournaments here. Oscar Dominguez not playing in it. Yeah, that makes sense. He's going to rest up and prep for the Mosconi. Ronald Regley, Mark Bisterbosch, Radislav Babica, Tobias Bongers, Jovan Bustamante not playing. Loho Sam. These are guys that have been playing quite a lot in the last year or so. They've been seeing them on a lot of the Matchroom streams. Some of them I know from before. Well, I know the name. And I'm surprised they're not still playing or active or involved in these things. But rack number 6. Mike Isaac breaking. He's kicked the 2-ball in down table. He's going to land with decent shape on the 10. He's got a shot at the 3. So not too many options to start and some clusters around the rack. But he should be able to make it work. Okay, it looks like table number 1 is back up and running. And we've got... Oh, hold on a second. I meant to go there. Blair Wenzel and Rob Boyberg are going to start in just a second. Blair warming up a bit. It's going to be a race to 7, but Rob gets 2 on the wire. And while they're taking a break here, or while they're not quite ready, I know Mike and Ross are still playing, but it's early in this rack. I will take advantage of this small little blip in time that I'm going to create. Poof. And I'm going to go make some coffee. I'll be right back. Hey, Cindy, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Just had to go and make a little coffee there. Because it's Saturday afternoon, and I'm sitting here in front of my computer watching a few of my friends play some pool. Chatting with a few others. Completely neglecting all of my household duties. That's okay, we'll take care of them later. This is much more fun anyway, right? Hey, looks like Blair and Rob are just getting underway, unless they didn't mark the first game, but they were probably just warming up again. We're running a tad bit behind today, folks. That's okay. You know what? I want to watch this. Yeah, well, you know, leaves will eventually decompose and become compost, and it fertilizes the lawn, right? That should work, doesn't it? If Rob's got a starting ball here, which if he's planning to shoot that one in the corner, that's ambitious. You are highly likely to foul in that position. Meanwhile, Ross looks like he's playing that 1-11-4 combination. It's wired if he can hit that 11. If he can hit the edge of the 11, that 4 ball was in. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't wired, but it did go. And now he can take his pick with the 1, 3, 7, or 5. Probably the 1. We'll play that just to roll forward and shoot that 3 into the bottom side pocket. Meanwhile, Blair Wenzel coming to the table now. Oh, and how that 1 ball doesn't drop, I don't know. Just wants a little angle for that 14 ball, but Blair's pretty straight in. He does have a little bit of angle, so maybe he can make that work. That had a lot of stuff on it. And just from where he's sitting, it's the 15 or nothing now. So he'll go to the right end rail, pop back out for the 12 down table. Well, you may have to take that in the side. Can't tell if he can cut the 9 in from there. I think he's cutting the 12 in, but I think you're putting a little bit of bottom on this to avoid that. There you go. That worked out well. 9 ball's okay. Meanwhile, Mike kicking at the 11. I wouldn't be too surprised if Mike makes this. He's pretty good at kicks. He's going to put a little bit of speed on this. Just a little bit. And almost. Blair cutting the 9 ball in. Wants that cue ball to stop at any time now. That'd be great. And now 8 in the side. And Blair only trails by 1. Rob, with 2 on the wire, still going to 7. Ross. Pretty tight there to that 5, but I think he can get by it on the 13. You don't want to have to shoot over it and shoot the 11. Oh, he's shooting the 5. He's trying to tie the 5 up on the 7. No, that's going to be... I thought Mike was low ball. Was he not? Should be... No, because he was cutting the 11 in. That's right. Mike is high ball. That's right. Sorry, sometimes I get a little bit behind. Had a small panic attack yesterday when I went to double check my hotel reservation for Nanaimo and I couldn't find it in my account. And then I realized that I had signed up for it with my other email address, which was dumb. I didn't mean to do that. It's just I happened to do that time. So could have swore I made a hotel reservation. They couldn't find it. Eventually did. So we're all good. Blair loses the cue ball in the side right off the rack. That 8 ball went rocketing around the table. Ooh, and just about into the pocket. Fortunately, that 1 ball was there, kept it out. Just needs to pot the 12. They'll have shape on the 11. Oh, no. Drives the 12 into the horn. Five ball on the side, just going to the end rail and back. That could be tricky. This is going to end up facing the wrong way unless that 3 ball goes by the 12. Ross is going to have some work to do here. May have to cut it in the side, but I think it goes by the 12. But he certainly doesn't have a full pocket. Up next is Tom Joyce versus Gary Sankey after Ross and Mike sort themselves out. And after Rob and Blair, it's Clark and Gord. Nice shot from Mike. Needs to stay off the 8, and he pushes it far enough to make it work. We'll just roll this in and have the 8 ball in the side pocket. Or the corner. There it is. Mike leads 5-1. I didn't see him just put the thing up, did I? It is 5-1, isn't it? That's one of the good things about this ELO stream sports system. There it is. There it goes up. Is the players are actually in control of the score. So I don't have to do a thing with regards to the score. I can focus on what's going on and the things that are happening around me, and we're good to go. Whew. A lot of work to do. Excuse me. Sorry, folks. Didn't hit the button fast enough there. Ross has got his work cut out for him. We got a tough table to start with as well. Blair, on the other hand, has got a table he can make something work with, but he seems to be struggling a bit today. Nails the one ball. He's going to settle in on the 3 fairly nicely. And if he can come off that back rail and kick that 4 ball out a little bit, that'd be great. He'd still have the 5 or the 6 to play in that top right corner pocket. Might be a little tougher shot than you'd like, but if that's all the table's going to give you, you pretty much have to take it. Kicks the 4 ball out, but unfortunately he kicked the 13 over to it as well. Now he may be able to shoot the 5, depending on his angle here, and roll in for the 4, but it doesn't look like it. He's on the wrong side of the 5. So that being said, if that's his angle in, it's usually double the angle out. So he could still be okay to get on that 4 just with straight top. Now, however long it spends, the cue ball spends along the angle of deflection or the tangent line. Oh, there you go. That was a nifty little trick. Would have loved to have had his cue ball go a little further forward, but he should be able to play back on this 4 off the 7. Top left spin off that rail. Coming into the 7, into the rail, and check it back. Not quite enough spin on the cue ball there. Now he's got a pickle. This is going to be a tough one. Down on the bottom table, Ross has wound his way through this rack. I kind of wish I had been paying attention to it as well, because that was not an easy rack. Blair's going to shove that 13 ball to the end rail back up on the 12 and try and leave that 4 ball in between the pocket and the 8. Now he's going to make it and play a little safe there. I think Rob can still cut that 10 in the side. That might be a tall order, but it looks like it goes. If he can do that, he's going to come around 3 rails and have a shot on that 12 or on that 14. And there we go. Ross gets his second game. Now only trails 5-2, race to 7 versus Mike Isaac. Both fellas can play. And that was the sound of my coffee maker finishing making a pot of coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, there we go. Oh, what would this world be like without coffee? Hell, that's what it would be. It would be hell. For me, anyway. Ross has made a couple bowls and he's got some options. This is a pretty good rack. Looks like he could be notching his third mark on the post. Mr. Hoiberg kicking at the 12. It's actually not a bad idea if he can push that 12 towards the 6. Kind of tie up that 6 a little bit as well. Although, to be fair, watch this one. That 10 ball makes that side a big pocket. And Rob is strangely good at these. Like, probably 3 times better than I would expect him to be. He makes the darn thing. Off the rail to make the 4. He did not miss that by much. Those are pretty steep, pretty tough to do coming off that angle. Rob's got to take the 10 here. If you take anything but the 10, I think you've lost your mind. But you know, it is Rob. Right, Cindy? Who knows? Oh, I was saying that, you know, if you didn't take a certain ball, you must be nuts. But it was Rob with ball in hand, so, you know, it wasn't a guarantee. But he did take the right ball, so lo and behold, I guess he's not crazy. Weird. I would have bet money against that one. And Rob taking it down. Takes a 3-1 lead. Meanwhile, back on the bottom table, Mr. Mike Isaac. Taking a look, figuring it out, working out the puzzle. Oh, good grief. Hey, I've reached the standard of bots. That must be on my YouTube channel, right? Yep. Let's just can them. Hey, well, at least the bots have found me now. We're growing, I guess, right? I guess it's the same when you're playing Call of Duty and somebody accuses you of hacking. You get accusations, is what they call it. Means you've arrived. I don't get those. If any of you have a tournament coming up that you want me to mention on the air, send me a poster to kickingbilliards@gmail.com. I'll put it on my next production if I can. That's overcut the 10. He's left Mike long, but that 3 ball, of course, sitting in the corner pocket is not going to be hard from pretty much anywhere on the table. Unless you're horn hooked. Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And Mike takes the one, gets the hard ball out of the way. Now he's got to play the combination and control the two. It's got a big distance between the cue ball and the two, very little between the two and the three, so these can sometimes be tricky. And he does a great job to just gently roll it in there and make sure that cue ball doesn't get away from him. The tendency there can be to play that with a little bit more speed and have the two ball bounce off of a rail and come back away from the pocket. And then you're looking at a very odd position play or shot from very awkward position. This is going to be tricky. Mike has to be wary of the scratch here. He should be able to roll the 8-ball in with just enough speed to hold the cue ball from the side rail, but he is stuck to the rail, so he's got to put some topspin on it. This could be dangerous. It's going to come very close to the side. Well, not as close as I thought. Mike was clearly more comfortable with it than I was. So it all works. Six to 2. Mr. Mike Isaac on the hill. Mr. Rob Hoiberg jacked up on the 1 there. Might be a little bit impeded by the 4-ball. He's just going to roll this 10 in and take whatever's there. Oh, and that's a foul off the 4-ball, but he ties up the 6. Nope, that 6 is going to be clear. Blair Wenzel coming to the table with ball in hand. I don't see why he wouldn't take that 6 out of there. Might be a little tricky, though, to the side pocket. You might want to take something else and break it out. Yeah, take the 4 to the corner and bump that 6 over the side. I think that's the better opportunity. I don't see why. Oh, is that because I have that running here too? Sorry, another echo. Anybody who's dealt with audio on computers? Yeah, oof, it's a thing. Especially when you build houses for a living. It's a thing. But through trial and error, you learn. Blair still trying to figure out how he's going to run this out. I think his best option is to put that 4 in that bottom right corner pocket and knock the 6 loose. But you've got to put some topspin and maybe a little bit of left on your cue ball to make sure you come out for the 7 or the 1. It's very easy to get trapped right where his cue ball is right now and have no shot again. If he can play the 2, play the 2. That's not a bad decision either, but you got to play the 5 next or leave an angle on the 3. You know, still, even getting in there on that angle is not easy. I think your shot here is the 4 to the bottom right and play topspin with your cue ball. I don't understand this one. That's okay. Blair is a better player than I am, so just because I don't understand it doesn't mean it wasn't a good choice. It just means I'm about to get educated. Not a bad thing. Mr. Mike Isaac, carefully, calmly, stalking that table down below. I know he wants to run it out. Drawing off the 4 to push the 6 out. And he missed it. And I think he just settled up on the 12, so the 5 ball to the side might not be an option. He may have to take the 1 ball to the top left corner. If you like what you see and you like what you hear, folks, please hit the share button, hit the like button, subscribe, follow, all those different things. We are on Facebook and YouTube. Pretty soon we will have a website, if I can figure it out. And there will be a couple of new developments, hopefully before I go to Moscone Cup. But I got a lot of testing to work it out and make sure everything works the way I want it to work. And then we might have a different show. Something that's maybe more interactive. Mike still didn't end up where he wanted to. I think he's pretty much done with this visit at the table. He's going to have to duck. Blair, on the other hand, is still picking through them. He had to take that 4 in the corner. This time he had the angle that he wanted to pop that 6 out. So now he's looking all right. And if he rolls this... If he rolls this 6 ball in, he can have the 3 past the 12. Oh, that's going to bounce out too far. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, sometimes you don't see the pattern until it develops right in front of your eyes, and then you're like, I'm dumb. Why did I not think that? Why did I not see that pattern? 5-3-8. No worries. For some reason, I was thinking 3-5-8, but of course, that's way harder than this way. This way is a million times easier. I don't always do things the easy way. That's not a good thing, by the way. Blair, back within 1. Only trails 3-2 now in a race to 7. Rob got 2 on the wire. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, table number 2, Mr. Ross Bradson trying to break that 14 and 10 out. He got in there. He got it moved. Did he move it enough? I think he did. Got a tricky little cut, the 14 in the side. It doesn't lead to much. He's going to have to go all the way over here to play for the 9, somewhere in that area. I think the angle's too steep to hold it for anywhere else. From there, he'll be able to work that. Oh, see, he hit that 14 off both horns and knocked it out. That'll bring Mr. Mike Isaac back to the table. He's got a little bit to work with, but not a whole heck of a lot. His opening shot is most likely going to be that 7. From there, he's got to work out where he's going. He can go anywhere along those lines. But where does he want to go? He's going to take that 3 and set up off this 3. He'll probably come straight across here. That's risky, though, because he wants this angle on the 2. Not easy. Wow, really? Ah, now I gotta fight bots. Excellent. All right, there we go. Back at it. One more bot blocked, reported, blah, blah, blah. Ross doing his best to get back into this battle. Nope, we want that scene there. There we go. Because Blair and Rob are back at it. Wide open table for Rob. The only issue here is maybe a little bit of a problem with high ball. One ball might be a problem for low ball. So I say wide open. I gotta stop saying wide open so fast because then I take 2 seconds to look at the table. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Maybe it's not so wide open. Ross cutting the 12 ball in, trying to come back out towards the 8. Get that 13. No, he's going to run far. Well, he's on the 14, but he needs to get in here. If he can play that 14 in the corner and just follow through, he'll have a decent look on that 13 ball. That's going to work. Needs to stop, though. Hey, that's going to be tricky. He's got to get it to stop before it gets to here. So just a little bit of a stun shot, have it drift up that way. That'll work, sir. That will work. You know what's funny? Something I've noticed in my own game in the last year. The more I look at the table from the side, like this view, the easier I see the pattern when I'm looking at it from the end of the table. I don't seem to see the patterns as easy. I don't know why. Kind of weird. Just a little weird. Rob jacked up over the 11. Not easy to hit those balls. Never mind make them. Hey, Mr. Jason Mini Monk, how you doing, sir? I didn't get to say hello to you down when I was down in Bellingham there at the Big Dog 10 ball, so yeah, good to see you though, buddy. A little bit of Fargo Fairmatch R6 8-ball today. Blair playing a nice little safe there. I think all that Rob has left is that 6-ball. He can work it with it from there, but got a little bit to do. You guys are keeping busy down there at CJ? A lot of tournaments going on. Gotta get you a camera. Get it stuck in a venue. Get that ELO stream system down there. Rob, hot in the 6-ball. Just needs to come out off that rail. It's going to do it naturally. Just don't want it drifting forward. He must not have been able to see that left side of the 6. Had to play it off the rail like that. That's the only explanation. I can't believe that he would miss by that far. Not ever. That's what I was doing wrong. Blair's got to work this out. Somehow he's got to free up the 12 and the 13. Drawing that cue ball around off the 15, going to get in on the 14. He's a little shy. Not a bad effort from there. It's just got to get it through. Cut that 14 over and get that cue ball into the 2. It's going to have some speed on it. It's going to go into the 12, the 2 and the 13 pretty clean. Well, he's got the 12 and the 13 out. The problem is he's going to have to play the combination on the 10-12. So just roll this 13 in. Take your lumps. You got the 10-12. Last matches played today will be at 5 o'clock, so we only have 1, 2, 3 more matches. Oh, maybe 4. I think Clark and Gord have to play. They should be playing soon. There shouldn't be a big delay on that table, that second table. Although they haven't started yet. Rob's got the 7. He's got to break the 3 out somehow, though. Seven to the 6 to the 4, break the 3 out. Somehow you're gonna have to get on the 2. You may take that combination right now to break the 3 out. The combination 2-4, right? Get the cue ball in here. Or am I trying to do too much with one shot? I would not be offended if that was the case. I could certainly see that crazy stuff going on in my head. Oh, and they must have just been having a break. They're not over. It's only 6-3. Jeez, they walked away for so long. I thought they were done. So Mike Isaac and Ross Bradson still going at it. No. Why would... I think he must be practiced. He just picked up the cue ball. Or did he foul and he's giving it to Ross for ball in hand? I don't know what happened there. I missed it. Rob making the 7. Somehow he's got to get in on that 2. I mean, that's assuming he can get there on the 4 to break out the 3. Oh, look at this. He's coming in behind the 3. Nothing there now, though. He might be banking the 4. The 3 ball goes past that ball into the corner now. Gotta see where he's going with it. I think that's the bank 4. Nice and slow with just a little bit of right hand side, and you gotta get out past. Oh, that's not gonna do it. It is gonna plug the pocket and make Blair work a heck of a lot harder to tie this up. Again, folks, if you like the stream, like the page, maybe give it a share. That'd be great. Also, we are on YouTube, and basically I probably am going to transition all the way over to YouTube here in the next coming months, simply because Facebook makes it tough. But we'll see what other problems arise with YouTube with regards to bots. We'll see about that. It's like anything, right? You gotta test the waters all the time. Twitch is more for gaming. Most people don't have Twitch on their TV. But they do have a program called Facebook Watch, and they do have a program called YouTube. Rob trying to get in on that 2 and just play that cue ball into the corner so he can play the 3 into the bottom right corner pocket. Ross about to play the 11-10 combination. Gonna roll the cue ball forward so he can play that 13 into the top right corner pocket. And that'll be the end of that. He'll be able to get through this rack as long as that 11 ball doesn't tie up in a funny way. That'll work. Should be able to draw right off that. Get on the 11. It's a little tricky. the more I look at this, the more I realize that this is not easy. Pretty sure that 11 only goes to that top left corner pocket, not this bottom one. Now I think he can draw off of it, check it, and pull that cue ball into a funny looking arc. To be able to play the 14 next. It's getting on to 4 o'clock, folks. We still have 2 more rounds, I think, to play. We're supposed to start the last match at 5 o'clock. So that being said, as we get closer to 6, I will have to leave this stream unmanned. I have to go pick up my kidlet. I guess she turned 13 now, so I don't know if I can call her a kidlet anymore. Full-grown kid. Oh, kid, yeah, I'm comfortable with kid, but I used to call them kidlets because they were little kids. They weren't like full kids, they're just kidlets. Yep, I hear you. Robin Blair tied up at 3. Ross and Mike slugging it out on that bottom table. Oh, she's already asked me not to. What, 3 years ago? Rob with a nice break. Gotta watch that cue ball. Well, no offensive shot there for Rob. That is tucked into the corner nicely. Yeah, and now he's looked at where the cue ball is, thinking he had the 10 ball, but he doesn't. Well, he's taking a closer look at this 10 ball. Looks to me that that 2 ball's got him, though. Can't imagine there's a way by. Well, maybe I can imagine it, but that won't make it real. Yeah, not quite there. can't jump from there. It's too close. You can masse it. Mike. 3 balls left. And he's through this set. 4-1-5-8. Just needs to make sure he's on the right side of each ball. And I suppose that'll work, but that came out a lot farther than I think he was intending. Over at the garage, Edwin will be playing Robert Frost, and Neil will meet Jorah as they defeated Doug Beaver 7-2 and Brad Haydu 6-3. Neil defeated Ian Burns 6-3, whereas Jorah got by Scott Chalmers 7-2. So they're playing as we speak. Or maybe it's probably one A side and one B side match. Mike has defeated Ross as Ross conceded the rack 7-3. So we'll focus on this match for a little bit. Blair and Rob tied 3-3 in a race to 7. Blair trying to thin that 11 ball in. And he does with the breakout. Cutting the 14 in the side. Needs to bump that 2 hard enough to get it out of the row to the 12. And he certainly had the pace right. Because if you think about it, he hits that 14 a little thicker so that it hits the center of the pocket rather than the horn, and he's got a little less speed on the cue ball. Get half a rotation away, you've still got the shot. Rob's really working it here. That needs to bounce a little bit. Can slow down anytime. 3 ball or 6 ball. I'm probably taking the 3 ball just because the 4-6 combination isn't that tough. Close to the pocket, virtually in line. Seven threes a little farther apart, farther from the pocket, not lined up perfectly. So definitely an issue. Rob will take the 1 ball and try and come out into the center of the table to be able to pot the 6. That's looking pretty good. It needs to slow down to hold for the 6. I think he's good. He may be perfect, actually. He may be able to he may have the perfect angle to go from the 6 to the 4, so you can actually hold it there, because you'd rather shoot the 7 and play the 8, right? Cutting the 6 in nice and slow, a little bit of bottom left. Even just left would be fine, but it's got to be extreme left, and then that way you'll ensure you come out the left side of the 4. He's going for the combination. I don't mind that as well, but talk about pocket weight. That ball just barely dropped. And now the 8 ball. Bring that, or now the 4 ball, sorry, to get on the 8. And Tom, Joyce, and Gary Sankey have started their match. Rob didn't put anything on that. He just cinched the pot. Now he's got the 8 ball. Shouldn't be too tough. Rob up 4-3. Tom and Gary working out that bottom table. Tom spotting that 13 top left corner pocket. No, he went for the 9, missed it. And actually didn't leave much. Be right back. Need a refill. All right, I'm back. Just in time to see Gary win the first rack of his match with Tom Joyce. Maybe. I don't want to curse him. Might not win. And there he did. Okay. I knew it all along. Maybe not. Rob leading 4-3. Still needs 3 more games. I think he got one, or I think he got 2, or did he get 3 games on the wire? I'm not sure. Don't remember. Three out of 4 folks on these tables are over 600. And Rob can play over 600 once in a while. He's pretty good. Blair with the long bank on the 14. Hit. Perfect. For the bank, not for the shape. He's going to have to do the same thing on the 13. But he's got no shape on the 9 and the 12. You might as well duck. Play safe. Do something different. Rob with a rare kick miss. I guess he just figured he had really good odds to make one of those. Okay, here we go, Blair. You got the 12 ball up there. Roll the cue ball in so it bumps the 3. You've got the 9 ball, the 13 ball, and you're out. Where's that little white? I have a foot pedal set up to take all the drawings off the table. Right, so that if I do that, I can just hit it. Go, but sometimes I move my foot. I don't find the pedal again. All ball in the corner. Bump that 3 up on the 6. Leave your cue ball on the 9. Just like that. Gary down at the bottom. Coming 2 rails out for the 8. He can hit that 10. Oh, he's going to go right past the 10, so he's going to have a bit of a cut, but it should be fairly rudimentary from here. Gary's got a pretty good top end to his game. Don't let that 607 Fargo fool you. I mean, am I at 600 still? Am I at 599? Yeah, I'm really close to that as well, but I've had tournaments where I've played at about 680, so you know there's quite a range, and Gary's top end is probably farther than mine. Ooh, 600 on the button. Yay! Made it back. Blair evens it up. Gary's gone a little farther than he wanted, I think, but he should. Well, no, he's going to be in tough here. Well, he's got the 1 ball. You can carom the cue ball off the 3 and make the 1 in the side. That's pretty much a gimme, actually. Yep, see there, he's called it. He's pretty confident there. And Rob Hoiberg and Blair Wenzel looks like they're going to take a small break, so we'll focus in on table number 2. He's going to play a little bit of bottom, and oh, he just hit the 3 a little bit too full in the face. I thought he needed to cut it a bit more than that. I thought that was in. Tom just cutting that 11 ball a little bit too thick. That's going to hang that cue ball out there for Gary. This is not going to end well if he continues to do that. Although I'm surprised that Gary didn't finish that one off. Again, can't leave these guys these opportunities because more often than not, they will get out. quite dig that cue ball in. He's got to watch that little gap between the one and that side pocket. And he's cut it a little short. Not sure he's going to take the 4 now. I might do the 3, 5, 4. You don't want the cue ball to move very much. Just draw it back a little bit. There you go. And now this is into the rail, back out to the center of the table. That's all. Nothing fancy. Gonna play this 2 rails back for the 8. Oh, he's missed it and sold the 8. Wow, an unfortunate swing in those games for Gary Sankey. Each fella could have had that game at different points. Blair and Rob tied at 4, going to 7. Tom and Gary. I think Tom's supposed to have 2 there, isn't he? I didn't see him update his score. I wasn't watching that closely, though. I'm going to pop my instant replay out and see if I've got that right. Nope, that was only 1. Thought he already had 1 for some reason. Blair just taking the template off. and then he'll get to work. 6 ball passes the 9. 5 ball goes to a couple of different pockets. 2 ball the same way. 3 ball as well. But I think that he's going to be working on the high ball, right? Sorry, a lot of things to pay attention to and get distracted by while I'm doing this, I'll tell you that. Blair's wide open in this rack. He should be able to take it down. Nothing too crazy, although he's going a little far. Needed to be a little straighter on this. He may have to draw into the 5 to hold it steady. But he's gone too far. Just a little frustrated. He's not finding his game today. I can certainly identify with that. Gary with a cut on the 10, or is he gonna cut the 9 ball into the bottom right corner pocket? You gotta worry about holding your cue ball, although you do have a much larger area. Well, I don't know. He's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think I like the 9 ball better, though. You just roll this in, just play it pocket weight. Try and keep that cue ball there for the 10. If you go too far, you're gonna have the 13. Okay, he's got some angle here, so he's okay. You can tell by the where the rail touches the ball that he's got a little bit of angle going away. So he can play this with just top right-hand spin and come off that right-hand end rail and spin over for the 13. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Rob's still got to deal with the 2. He's got the 3 there to help him out with it. Just because you've got a little bit of help doesn't tell you that it's going to be enough. He's stuck on the rail here, so this is going to be a little tough. See a lot of support for Earl to be in the Moscone Cup this year. I worry about him holding it together. Tom floating the 1 past the 10 is going to set up for the nice 5 on the side. Just needs to come into that top side rail. That doesn't make any sense, does it? That top rail back across for the 4. Doesn't want to be straight, but if he is, he'll just roll forward on it. And that puts Rob on 5 games won. Blair struggling today. Tom's going to even it out at 2. So you're watching the Fargo Fairmatch 8-ball and 10-ball handicap tournament. The stage 1 is 8-ball. Stage 2, which will be tomorrow, is 10-ball. And the final stage will also be 10-ball. And I don't have ad number 2 set up. So, okay. We will just go down here to images. And where did I put them all? Here they are. All right. Back to the action rather than me trying to sort out images and stuff. Gary's got something to do to get on that 13. It's there. It's just not going to be easy. That 6-ball's causing him all sorts of problems with the 10, 9, and 14. He needs to come... Well, let's see if it's there. If he could come in here and knock that 4-ball to the end rail, that'd be a pretty fantastic shot, in my opinion. Leave the cue ball there for the 13. Have a shot on the 15. Oh, he didn't hit it with that pace. I'm not sure where he intended to go with that one. I know he had a plan. It was probably a good plan, but I didn't see it. Rob with a bit of work to do. Taking that 13 out of there right away. Just needs to get... He needs to develop that 12-ball somehow. He's not going to be able to do it right now, I don't believe. Simply because the 1 is in the way. The 11-ball is kind of in the way. He might be able to draw off the 13 and clip that 7. But I think he's just going to roll forward. Go past the 11 and try and take the 11 in the side, or if not, the 15 in that bottom right corner. That's got too much speed. He's playing the 10 now. Could break the 12 out here. 2 rails come into the 7 from off the 10. Gary looking for the 6-ball, I think. Not sure it's there. Or is he jumping? And he's highball. He's elevating, so he's highball. He's going for the 9-10 combination. Just about makes it. That was pretty close. Tom has a lot of work to do with that 13 in the road. He's going to have to work his way in there. He's going to be jacked up on the 2, so the 6 ball's going towards its hole now. He didn't want to open that side of the table up. He may cut this 2 in the side and completely avoid that 6 ball. Although, to be fair, with the 9 and the 10 there, that 14 ball, I think that's 14, yeah, that 14 ball isn't much of a problem. Rob still hasn't got on that 12. He's going to have to try and get there now. Playing that 10 ball in the top left corner pocket with high right hand English. Trying to bring that cue ball into the 7-12 and get some separation there so he has an angle to work with. Tom should have a 3 ball on the window there. Doesn't leave much though if he takes it, because that 13 ball is still causing him all sorts of problems. Does that 7 ball go by that 15? I don't think it does. It's got the wrong line. Got in there and disturbed him. 4 ball goes. Oh no, that's Gary there now. Sorry. I looked down for a second. He's gone too far. Oh no, he's fine. He's fine. What am I talking about? Into the rail and out. Yeah, now he'll take that 14 up to the top left corner pocket. Leave himself a nice little angle on that 15 to go for the 9. Or he could take the 9 now. If he takes the 9 now, he's coming across the table back for the 14 in that top right corner pocket. Blair. He's not having the best of it today. That'll work. That'll work. Gary, 9 ball bottom left, drawn right off of it, back to the 8 ball. You can't do much better than that. Blair doesn't want to be stuck on the rail and doesn't want to be straight in. Now, believe it or not, you got to watch making the 8 ball here. Gary takes another 1-game lead. He leads 3-2 now. This is going to come close to the 8 ball if he doesn't hit it right. Wow. It's just one of those lines, right? But it's actually made it a little easier for him, because now he can just roll the 7 ball in. Cue ball's going to come off that top side rail, or that top rail, and pop out for the 8. For the one, sorry. Same thing, just a little bit of left on this. Comes out almost perfectly straight on the side. Just needs to roll it in, and he's all tied up. He did not want to let Rob get to the hill there. Gary is scratching on the brake right off the hop. That cue ball went straight in the drink. Tom's got a pretty good looking table here. Nothing tied up, doesn't need to move anything around, just needs to keep the cue ball clean and keep it in line. He's looking at taking that 15 ball past the 8 because he's a little straight on the 9. Looks like he's going to draw it out towards this side pocket. Still works. Just need to roll it in, hold it for the 11. Same thing here. You need to bounce out up towards the 4, but don't get past it. You just want to be here. Needs to go though. See, now he's on the wrong side. See, he flipped up his hand like he knows he's in the wrong spot. But it's a very small target that he's hitting here, right? He just needs to be on that side. Watch the scratch. Oh no. Oop. Gary looking to go on his 4th win. And at this level, man, it's so frustrating if you don't close these out. See, and I think this is the situation that differentiates a lot of really good players from your fairly good players, is when you've got like 5 balls and you're trying to think of your pattern, whereas a lot of the really good players, I think they don't necessarily disregard the pattern, but they just have more confidence in what they can shoot. So they don't worry too much about it. They're like, yeah, that's good enough. I can get through that. No, they're not agonizing over whether they have a 70% chance to run this out or a 30 or a 72% chance, right? Whereas I'll sit there and look at the table and think, oh, is this the right way? Am I doing it the right way? Should I have taken a different ball? They just have confidence in their abilities, get down, shoot, and keep going. Blair trying to straight draw this right back towards the 1. He's gone a little far, but he's still got those 2 high balls there. It's so tough when your confidence is eroded a little bit to get that confidence back. Your emotions are all over the place. You're going everywhere from, you don't seem to have the ability to find the positive. It's like, yeah, I should have made that. Why would that be considered a success? That I was supposed to make that. But every little failure seems magnified by a factor of 100. Gary knocks in another one. He'll lead 4-2 in a race to 6. Now, Blair's worried about rolling forward on that 12, just knocking the 10 ball straight at the end rail. I think you've got to draw off this one. Or cut the 10 in. Again, so, like, Blair knows this shot and knows how to do either one. It's just a confidence issue at the moment, right? Now, if he can cut this 10 in with just a little bit of left-hand siding, he's going to need the rake. Gary and Tom taking a timeout, so we'll head over to one table. Blair shooting the 11, going to bring this cue ball all the way around table. Play it with a little bit of bottom, a little bit of right. Spin it around the table. Just really needs to do a loop around the 6 and avoid the others. And he should be fine. As we get closer to 6 o'clock, I will have to think about heading out and going and getting the kidlets. Seem to have a issue here. All right, so over at the garage, Edwin Advincula has defeated Bob Frost 7-2, Robert Frost. In the other A-side final, or in the other A-side match, Neil Ram is playing Joris Sandu. Ian Burns is still fighting it out with Scott Chalmers, but Doug Beaver defeated Brad Haydu 6-4. Blair Wenzel knotted up at 5-5 with Rob Hoiberg, and Tom Joyce and Gary Sankey trails by 2. Rob's got a good look at this table here. Just needs to keep his cue ball under control. That'll do. I expect suspect he's going to need to be a little tighter than that moving forward, though. Because now, the reason I say that is he's going away from the 3-ball. I thought he would have tried to get over and make that 3-ball after the 1-ball. But now he's got to go the other way. He's got to go against that side, that top rail. By the way, this is the top rail. Sorry, this is the top rail. Left rail, right rail, bottom rail. Yeah, I know he doesn't like the 3 from there, but I think you got to take it. You got to clean up that end of the table, because coming back down there, you're just asking for trouble. You're moving the cue ball more. He's left it out there. Let's see if that comes back to bite him in a bit here, but it's hard to take that shot when you feel much more confident shooting another one. Well, he's got the 5 or the 6. What he doesn't have is the 3, so he needs to get around and get down there. That's fairly true, isn't it? That's fairly true. Then again, I think the last time I wasn't the last time we played in the tournament. Oh, maybe it was. I haven't played in many tournaments lately, but we played in a tournament out in the Kootenays there where he kicked my butt, so what do I know? You've come too far. Gotta play the 6 now. Gary's working that cue ball through that racket fairly nicely, it seems. Tom under pressure to keep him off the hill. Well, that's gonna let Blair back to the table. See, it's just every little thing is just fighting Blair, because now he's got to bridge up over the 8-ball a little bit. But that's going to do it. That's going to put Blair on the hill. With Rob now the one under pressure. Blair breaking. He's up 6-5. He hasn't adjusted his score yet. Down on the bottom table, looks like Gary's going to get to the hill. Blair scratching on the break again. Unfortunate. Gary's come out perfect for that 8-ball. Put himself on the hill. That's going to put some pressure on Tom. Tom's going to need the next 4 in a row. Good shooting by Gary. And there they've got the score correct now on Blair and Rob. Rob at the table. All in hand off the break, I believe. I'm working on something else here, which is hence the silly quiet spots. Oh, a fortunate little roll by the template there. Straightened the cue ball out. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it should have been a little further, and then he would have been on the right side of that 15 ball. So now he's got the 11. Just draw a clean up table as straight as you can. That's not going to work. He's going to have to kick it. Oh no. Drove it into the horn and replaced that with the cue ball. Ouch. Tom knows he should have had that one. Rob's got to watch this. He should be able to go 2 rails and out, but he could easily scratch on this. Now, is Gary lining up? Yeah, he's lining up for the 3. I'm wondering what he's going to do with the 5-7. He's going to have to play one of them into the bottom right corner pocket. Can't pick one of them out to the side yet. So he'll probably draw back off this 3. Hopefully he lands on the 2. Little bump on the... Oh, that changed things. That changed things a lot. He may be able to take the 5 now, but he's going to have to use the 6 to get out there. Meanwhile, Rob up on the top table. He's knocked a couple balls in, but he's looking in a little bit of a problem here now. You can see the 4, but that's kind of one of those wide open shots. You make it, you're good. You don't, you're done. Because you're going to leave the cue ball in a bad spot for you. If you miss, or a good spot for your opponent. Gary's finding his rhythm. Played that nicely. Now, I'm not sure whether he'll draw back or whether he'll just roll this in. He's going to draw back and play the 8 in the same pocket. Oh, he intended to play it in that top right pocket, but... Sorry, I thought Rob was low ball there. Clearly, I am... not up to the task. Gary for the win. That'll do it. Gary Sankey defeats Tom Joyce. We'll bring up that browser window in a second here. That's just going to knock Tom to the B side. Gary will advance to play, I think it was Mike Isaac defeated Ross Bradson. They haven't entered it in the score sheet yet, so I don't know where the next bracket will be. So the winner of Rob and Blair will get to play Tom Joyce. Clark Smith and Gord Gervais should be up right away. focusing on table one. Are we all done there? Did they finish that off? Okay, Clark Smith and Gord Gervais on table two. Lagging for break. Looks like Gord's gonna win it. But not by much. Good lag from, well, close lag from each player. My lag is really brutal, so we won't comment on that. For me, that would have been a great lag. Oh, Rob gave it to him. Okay. Thanks. Sorry, Cindy. I got a little distracted there. Off my own little world. Or maybe not. Blair is just... I don't know what they're doing. Gordon Clark, race 8. Gord's got to double him. So it looks like Blair and Tom playing on that top table. Yep, they haven't reset the score of the tablet yet. I'm sure they'll do that in a second. Nice shot from Tom. And he's set up nicely with this 10 ball, cutting it in the top left corner pocket. Bring that cue ball down. Doesn't want to get past that 4, though. That's looking like it's going to be perfect. And Gord gives it to him. Sorry, Blair gave it to him. Blair and Tom playing. So Tom Joyce up 1-0. They're playing a race to 6. Even. These are all B-side matches. They're going to have one more after this. They're just starting Clark and Gord, and that was supposed to be at 3:30. It's now 5 o'clock. So they're going to be a little late running that last one. Tom and Blair playing at 5 right now. Ross and the winner of our bottom match there will play as soon as possible after this, and then that'll be it for the day. That match will probably not have commentary because I got to leave at 6 o'clock to go pick up my little one. But there you are. That's where we're at. Blair breaking in rack number 2 as Tom ripped through that first rack. Blair able to keep the cue ball out of the pocket. He's had some bad luck with that today. Gord with his first one, eating into that handicap. Now down 4-1. Only took a couple of minutes. These guys are finding their groove. If they start shooting like we know they can, these matches won't take long. FYI, for the rest of this tournament, you can find it at the Fraser Valley Pool Facebook page. Sorry, I didn't complete that thought. Yeah, Fraser Valley Pool Facebook page. That'll be on tomorrow. Not sure exactly what time they're starting. But I'm sure it'll be on challenge as far as where the bracket goes. So if you just take a look at the bracket where it is right now in the chat, you should be able to find it tomorrow fairly easily. Clark got a ball down. Cue ball is out near the middle of the table, so he's got some options, but I don't believe any of them are high ball, or not any good ones. 10 ball's not so bad. The 12 ball causes you problems, but with low ball, you've got the 4. That's an issue. It's really a pick 'em. I think I like high ball better, but could go either way. Again, a reminder coming up. In a little over 2 weeks' time, we'll be in Nanaimo for the Vancouver CCS Pool Championships, sponsored by Predator Billiards and Falcon Q's. So keep that in mind. Tom gonna cut that 10 ball into the corner. Did he bank it? Oh, he's cutting it over. Kept perfect control of it. That was fantastically done. And Blair just concedes the game. Tom's hitting him well. I know he struggled against Gary there, but it can go like that, right? One match, you can't make anything. The next match, you can't miss anything. I like the ones where I don't miss. Just saying. For my own peace of mind. Clark getting through the rack. He's still got to deal with that 4 and the 5. He's pretty straight on the 7. This is going to be interesting to see if he can get over to either one of those. Tom Joyce breaking on the top table. 12 balls down, 10 balls down. He's got to look. So in super quick fashion, Tom Joyce could be up 3-0 here. And for Blair, who's been struggling today, that's going to be a tough action to fade. Looks like Clark might have the 2 from there. I think that 4 ball's in the road. Might have the 5. Looks like Tom's finding his stroke, and he's just not gonna. He's gonna start not caring what he's shooting at. He knows he's gonna make it. I just got that feeling he's headed towards a roll. What do I know? Sorry, Tom. Feel bad about that now. Clark in tough on the 5. Going airborne, rail first. These are tough. Nails it, and he's going to have a shot on the 8. Love it. He's got no great shot. That 8 ball doesn't go past that 12. The 14's blocking it. He's got the long bank, I think. But even that, oh, yeah. There can't pot. Is there a line through there? Wow, if he cuts this in, this is going to be a fantastic run out. Blair just needs to pot the 4 into the rail and spin it back just a little bit. Yeah. He's not feeling it today. Clark called the long bank. That's going to be close. That's going to be close. That's in. What a way to finish. First, hold on. I got to pull up that instant replay here. Great bank on the 8. Clark ran that rack out. That was fantastic. Gotta love it. Anyway, that was fantastic. Great out. Whew. Clark back to the table. He's got a small window to get on the 2 there. Might roll it forward just to get there now. He's going to get on the 7. He's going to try and hold for the 1 here. Oh, I'm trying to get around. Didn't do it, so he's got something to figure out here. Clark just needs to come all the way down past the side pocket. Halfway between that first and second diamond. That's not going to get it done, but he may still have a shot at the 2. I don't know. That's looking pretty tight past that 14. Meanwhile, Blair coming to the table down 3 racks to 0. Having a rough day. All right, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by, Cindy. It's so tough to change your mindset when you get stuck in when you're having a day like today for Blair. So here's hoping he can pull it out. Start shooting the way we know he can. Stroke doesn't look as fluid as it normally does. Clark's jumping that 14. That cue ball's got to settle down quick. Could go flying off the table here. Oh, well, he hit the 6 first. He hit the 6 first, so it's a legal shot, but not what he intended. I think he got a skid there. Yeah, it got a skid. You see where he hit that ball? It should have been fine. And it just threw. You can see the funny spin on the 5. Watch. I feel for you, Blair. That was a decent shot and just unlucky to get the skid on it. Tom will probably try and bank this 12. Not sure if it goes by that 5. And that's in. 4-0. Wow. Clark sneaks the 2 past the 12. Gord's going to have his work cut out for him if Clark gets to the hill. Oops, look at that. Darn bots. Can't even find that one. There we go. YouTube's got to figure out a way to block bots like that. Can't literally have someone sit there and click to get rid of those. Gord looking to notch his second game. Doesn't want to be over top the 6. Yeah, he's going to have to shoot it, though. Doesn't have a choice. Should still be okay. It's just always a little bit more nerve-wracking when you're dead straight. You got to shoot over the ball. You know you have to put topspin on it. You can't avoid it. And here's Tom. He's probably going to roll forward, try and get that 15 right now. And he's clear onto it. He's got the out here. One rail out to the center of the table, past the 10. Or is he slow rolling this? Well, this is going to be interesting. He's got to take the 9, I think. Come between the 3 and the 8. 3 rails around for the 8. But that's going to put some speed on that 9 as he takes to the corner. Oh, he's going to draw off this 10 and take that cut on the 9. And bring the cue ball 3 rails around. You know, I don't know if he's going to get through there. It looks like he's going to wreck on the 3. Oh, foul. Missed the 9. That's one way to make it work. Blair. Another opportunity to get on the board. Stop the bleeding. Sometimes it just takes a nice, easy setup where you can roll the balls in, right? Take the 5. Now stun this cue ball out between the 8 and the 9. Or if you can just draw it back and shoot the 6 in that top right-hand corner pocket. There you go. 8 ball straight in the side pocket. So Blair on the board trails 4-1. It's always good to make sure you don't get shut out, isn't it? It's always a good feeling. He didn't want that second ball to go in. He doesn't want that to travel as far. He's going to have to try and get that 11 ball past that 7 in the corner pocket. I think it goes. It's just a little tighter than you'd like. Well, maybe it doesn't go. Looks like there's enough room, but looks going to be deceiving on this game. With these tables, with these cameras. Okay, Blair keeping the cue ball out of the side pocket this time. Not that he's done that every time. It's just it's happened 3 or 4 times today. Indicative of his luck today. Clark, unable to capitalize on that inning, will bring Gord back to the table with a pretty good opportunity to run out here. Just needs to make one good shot on the 13. Hold position with the cue ball. He's a little straighter than he would like. This could be a little bit challenging to get back over for the 8. He may have to draw it all the way back to the left end rail. Now he doesn't want it to get there. That'll work. So Gord racks up his 3rd victory and only trails 5-3 now. Blair working on low ball. 4 ball's probably the toughest ball on the table. Trying to get position on that to play the 6 next will be the issue. But he can work with these other 4 for a little bit here. He's really fighting the speed of the table there. I didn't expect that cue ball to travel near that far. If he can get on that 4 now, he should be fine to take that 6 next. So just somewhere along there, get into here somewhere, then you can take the 6 after the 4, the 1, the 2, and the 8. That's my plan. See if he executes it, or if he executes a different plan. He's on the wrong side of the 4. May go to the end rail and back out. I think he has to go to the end rail. Oh, wants it to stop for both balls. Shooting the 2 next, I think. Not the worst situation in the world, just needs to roll the 2 ball in. Didn't want to bump the 1. He can still cut the 1 down, though. I mean, he doesn't have much else. Or bank the 1. If he banks the 1, he's got shape on the 6. He's got to watch he doesn't make the 8 in the other side pocket. Well, he's kind of messed up the 14 for Tom. Meanwhile, Clark working away on the bottom table. If he's highball, nothing is a real problem. It's just getting this first shot out of the way. And if he can roll this 15 in, he should end up on the 11 fairly nice. Oh, he didn't get past the 13, so this is going to be a little tricky. I think you take the 9. Tom, with a little bit of a jabby stroke there, didn't really get back out to the center of the table where he wanted to. He was hoping to be more around there. This could still work, should still work. And now just bumping the cue ball out to there. He's gone too far, but he'll still have it in the top left corner pocket. And that's down. So 5-1. Tom leading Blair Wenzel in this Fargo Fairmatch 8-ball/10-ball handicap tournament Brought to you from the garage and the slow roller room via ELO Stream, Kickin' Billiards, TTV Booyah, the Fraser Valley Pool Facebook page, the West Coast Barrel Company. I think that's logo is Clark Hughes. I can't read that bottom left one. Sorry, folks. High Point Construction and Timey Roofing. And of course, posters, as always, done by Brad Haydu. Clark with the 11 and 13. Oh, just pushes the 13 into the end rail. That'll bring Gord back to the table. And Blair on our top table. Blair leading 5-1. Clark looks like he's about to get up 6-3. And that'll do it. Clark leading Gord Gervais 6-3. Tom Joyce leading Blair Wenzel 5-1. And that looked like it opened up the rest of the rack. So if he can just pot this one in the side and get some sort of shape on the 2 or the 7, all depends on where that cue ball ends up. Should work out fairly well. This is going to be the 2 ball. Just a little bit of left-hand side to check it on the rail, or you could run it through, but I think left-hand side to bring it straight across. You elected to try and go around it. Not sure the cut in the side is there. He's going to cut it to the corner. Super thin. So thin it's a foul. So Blair with ball in hand. One more chance to stay alive in the tournament. Blair's going to be playing this 14 off the rail into the 9. Got to get some speed on the cue ball to get it out, so he's got another option, and he does. He's got another combination. 10 onto the 14, is that? I think that's might be the 12. No, yeah, it's the 12. The 14's up by the side pocket. Didn't work out the way he wanted it to, but he's still got the 13. Can be a big boost to the confidence to make a shot like this. That'll work. Starting to see a spark from Blair. See if he takes his time. Nails it. Blair not going away. Tom may be on the hill, but Blair's got the last 2 racks. Meanwhile, Clark down on the bottom table is leading Gord Gervais 6-3. He's made some fantastic outs and some fantastic shots in this run. I think I need to change the logo for the slow roller room. I just realized that it's not red diamonds. They're all blue diamonds. We'll leave that off then. Blair's got some work to do on that top table. Clark's pretty straight on this 6. Not sure how he's going to get over for the 7-4. He may end up playing a long combination. That didn't work out the way he hoped. Pretty much sure he's going to jump at this 7. Call the 4. Oh, and Blair just hangs the 6 in the corner pocket. He's left the 10 ball open for Tom. So Tom can get around and get something going on that 12 or with that cluster over there. Is he? Didn't Blair just shoot the 6? Was it open? That must have been off the break. Yeah, sorry. Confused there for a second. Coming right down at the 5 ball. Is going to get a good separation. There's a nice bounce. Now he's got to work his way back into the 3. Nicely done. Oh, Clark did well to get over those 2 high balls in the corner there, but had so much spin on it that when it hit the rail, it just peeled away from the 7. Unable to get good contact. And here it is. Tom stepping up. Playing the 8, bottom left corner pocket. I think Blair already conceded. We just didn't see it. The way Tom looked away at the end there, I thought pretty sure that Blair said that was good. So Tom Joyce advances. Gord Gervais still fighting down on that bottom table there. On our feature table now. Trailing, well, should be soon. I'm not going to say it. We'll just leave it alone for a second or two. 6-4. He's trailing Clark Smith. Looks like they're taking a little bit of a break. I don't have a date yet for it, but coming up soon. As soon as I get some technical glitches worked out, we're going to have another project for Kickin' Billiards. A little different. Might be a little bit more regular than the streams. A little bit of a different show. Looks like they're taking a quick little break. What do we have last on the replay? Oh, that was Blair's kick. That's right. We'll just leave that alone. No need to rub salt into a wound. We got a bank. Yeah, I think I know why I've had a bit of a problem with the replay, because it's supposed to be on an SSD drive, and I've got an H. So, if anybody is not aware by now, we have a few items coming up. Oh, basically just one. In a couple of weeks, the Vancouver Island CCS Pool Championships, sponsored by Predator Billiards and Raid by Falcon Q's, will be taking place at the Vancouver Island Conference Center in Nanaimo, BC. Kickin' Billiards and yours truly will be there, bringing you all of the action that we possibly can over 4 or 5 days. 5 days. It'll be 5 days. We'll stream as much as we can. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a new experience. Got a new tournament director out there. New tables. They're going to be all Predator tables. Should be interesting. Should be a lot of fun. What else should be interesting is whoever they pick to represent the U.S. in the Moscone Cup this year for their 5th player is going to be Earl Strickland, Greg Hogue, Billy Thorpe, maybe Shane Wolford. That's the fellow on the bottom right. JJ's got a decision to make. That's the guy in the middle on the bottom, if you were wondering. Some of you might not know who he is. And this fellow was announced as the 5th player for Team Europe. David Alcaide. His close friend and compatriot, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, played his way onto the team, along with Jason Shaw, who was another captain's pick. But playing onto the team was also Albin Ocean and Josh Filler. Surprisingly not picked was Fedor Gorst. But at the same time, I understand the fact that he didn't play in as many of the events. And I'm not sure what the ranking points were. I thought it was a money list, but apparently that wasn't exactly the way it was done. For the world rankings. Yeah, I'm very surprised Mario He didn't get the call to get on that team, but you know, because David Alcaide, Jason Shaw was 12th and David Alcaide was 16th, whereas Mario He was 5th. Even Max Lechner was 6th at 42,000. Whereas Fedor Gorst didn't make that money list. Table's got a few challenges, just not too many. Balls you got to take in a certain order, maybe. The 13's a bit of a problem for high ball, but it can be worked through with the 15 or another ball that gets you into that top right corner of the table. Folks, I'm gonna have to leave. I've got to go pick up my daughter. So I'm going to turn the music up a little bit. I know it's not the greatest music, but it's better than dead air. And I got to go pick up my daughter. So I'll be back when I can. We are close to 7 hours. So this might end before I get back. We'll be back in an hour. It's just rolled over 2 minutes ago, so we've got another hour. So I'll be back. In the meantime, enjoy. Let me put the ticker up. Says commentary's going to be away. And we'll be back in an hour. See you soon, folks.
Careful eyes from shifting eyes, too quick to overanalyze. I bet it comes as no surprise. Clever lines dressed in disguise, leaving without saying goodbye. I hope you cut me down to size. I wanna be everything you want and so much more. But I lie awake and wonder if I'll ever be the one. So I try to do anything I can to calm the storm. But I'm deafened by the thunder and I'm terrified of what I can't ignore. I can't yourself.